Additionally, for example, to pass errors up many layers of software, which people in other languages think weird, complicated systems. Just think can only be done by weird, complicated systems like exception handlers. Which users of some other languages but normally did the stream F for a little bit? My Twitch video stopped and restarted for no reason. Nope, 0 dropped frames. Oh, it did? Well, OBS claims 0 dropped frames, so that is entirely Twitch's fault. Okay. Okay, new context is context, push, oh, whoops, we don't ever call this one either. Okay. So, okay, well, Is there an overhead? We just answered this question. If you were to place hefty things in the context, it would add up a lot. No, because we don't actually copy the memory. We just pass the pointer. Someone did answer that question, yes. So it's only one size of one register. Yeah. As already mentioned, one common use of the context is to replace the memory allocator for some portion of your program, including parts that you didn't write and don't want to modify the source code of, and for which you don't want to modify the source code. Here we'll show how to do that with a simple toy example. We set context.allocator and context.allocator data to new values and do our thing. What should we do? What's a thing that allocates? What's a thing that allocates? A linked list, maybe. I kind of want something where I can do something dumb in the memory and we can see the results of that also. Maybe a linked list is fine though. Linked list with a lot of insertions, gap buffer. Well, I mean, I have a pool example in here. So we could just do that. We could just do the legit thing. I'm trying to trade off in my head how realistic do I want this example to be versus how much code, right? We could just show a dummy example of replacing the allocator with another allocator that just prints hello sailor and then calls the real allocator, right? Maybe we'll do that first, and then we'll show like a real example. How's that? Because I think a small example of like what exactly do you do is good. Let's try that. Okay, so what are the modes called again? If mode is dot allocate and size is 24. Hello, sailor. We got a request for a 24-byte allocation. Let's make it 42. And then we will call mode size, old memory. Pointer allocator data. Oops. Okay, that's a nice and small example. Did we mess it up? Nope. Okay. Let's say some proc in someone else's module. Okay, so we're going to say, let's pretend this is in someone else's module. Put this down here. New context is context. Many allocators will need some data. Here we don't. Just have it be null. Push context, new context. Some proc in someone else's module. This thing we are calling, it could be. Okay, and then once the context is popped, we are back using the old allocator, so we can allocate something of 42 bytes and not get hello sailor. Result final mem is alloc of 42. Print final mem is whatever. Okay. So this one is going to be list node is a struct. Next is, I don't know how much. Array1 is a 42 U8s. Array2 is a 10 U6 U32. Array3 is a 21 U16. Okay. Whoops. What? Okay, well, don't do that. We should print what it was. Okay. Whoops, I got to return the result or we'll have a bad time. Okay. that one, and that one. This is just a goofy routine that allocates some random things using new, which is a routine in modules basic that calls alloc. Alloc, the standard memory allocator. Alloc calls context.allocator to get its memory. Let's call alloc directly to show that this works. So we'll do that, and we'll also copy string is another routine that calls alloc to get memory to do its thing. So the reason all this works is that everyone knows that alloc is the standard thing to call to get memory. Memory and alloc itself calls context.allocator to do so. That said, programs are free to call context.allocator. Programs may call context.allocator them directly if they wish. Okay. S is I need a good 42 character string. How many is that? Okay. Whoops. We got to put there we go. That's that count as 42. Hello Sailor, we got a byte for T is the we should come up with a better string there. Hey, there's a radio hooked up to my brain. It's 42 bytes. Yeah, that's a little bit of a change. Does free work the same way? Yes. Let's talk about that for a minute. You will, of course, want to free memory using the same indicate whether to perform an allocation, a free, and so forth. Allocator function does all these things, does all these operations, so they are conveniently packaged together, and you swap them all at once. Some data structures are long-lived and may want to free things at a time when the context has been totally changed. It would be bad if they tried to use the current context allocator since it would not match. Gave them the memory. These data structures tend to store their allocator and allocator data the first time they are used, and then call that saved allocator consistently afterward. The built-in ... array is one such example. You can see what it looks like behind the scenes. It has the same layout as the struct resizable array in modules preload. Let's take that out. Other data structures that do this are modules hash table. What else? String builder, right? Modules basic string builder, and many others. Let's just say that. Okay, hopefully that explains a bit. Any other questions about exactly what we were talking about before we move on and do more things? Does foreign disable the context passing? Yes, it does. Generally speaking, in performant programs, you pre-allocate heap memory. How does this allocator handle that? Well, if you're not calling an allocator, then this wouldn't apply. When you're pre-allocating heap memory, it would apply. So whatever allocator is active when you pre-allocated the heap memory is the allocator that you would get. It's pretty self-explanatory, I think. But maybe I don't understand something about the question. Is resource acquisition initialization or something else? It is resource acquisition is resource acquisition. If you want to know why, then I believe this talk is, whoops, let's, I didn't mean to put a timestamp on that. I don't think I can edit that. So you could just go to that video and remove the timestamp. But at the beginning of that talk, or toward the beginning, I talk about why this whole RAII thing is really bad. Some of the reasons why it's really bad. There are other reasons too. You didn't get how free works. Do you just call it? Yeah, you just call it. Let's put that in. You can also free stuff as normal. So yeah. Can you stick arbitrary things in the context? Yes, and we will get to that part of this documentation, I think, pretty soon. Yeah, so down here, I say somewhere, there we go. This thing adds something to the context. Is this flexible enough to support arena allocation where you might allocate several chunks separately but free them all in one call? So in general, if you're going to do arena allocation, you would assign an arena allocator. And you could, so the allocator little protocol here that we have, where is it? So this takes an allocator mode. Oh, I guess we used to have a free all, but we don't have that. We might put it back. We weren't using it. So what you would do is, you know, you have a memory arena and you have an allocator function that uses that memory arena, and then you would probably just call some function on it to free all the memory. That's how that would work. Wondering what happens when alloc fails? It returns null. You think it's weird to be new capital N? That's because new is not a keyword. It is a function. It is a user level function. It's not new and free. It's alloc and free. I called alloc literally right there, and then I freed it. I freed the thing that I alloced. You can also, of course, free the thing that you knew. That's a different thing. It's a different thing. Does alloc 0 return null? I doubt it. Maybe. I don't know. I think we return a pointer of 0 size. So we're not doing the goofy C thing where it's guaranteed to return a unique pointer. That is not a thing here. Maybe they thought capital N new is weird because the naming convention is snake case. Yeah, I just felt like making it a capital letter when I did it. We might change that. Why would you allocate 0 bytes? Well, you might do that just in the course of a program that allocates a varying amount of stuff. And you don't have special cases to handle 0, so you just pass it through. You just pass it through. Okay. So the history of new is that it did used to be a language level keyword, and then I was like, yeah, I don't like this. So we changed it. I can show you what it looks like now. So now it's a user level function that like uses some polymorphism and stuff. And I just sort of was like indicating that with the capital letter, but I don't think that's really necessary. So we might change it. It's just lowercase new, like that's a very short word. Do we want to put something in here called that people might use as a variable? And want to call this, I don't know. You would definitely return null if they try to allocate 0 to make sure you don't return a pointer to another thing that was allocated. That's a good point. There would be ambiguity there, right? Like if somebody calls free on the 0 length thing and it has the same address as a non-zero length thing, you would end up freeing the non-zero length thing, and that would be bad. You know, most allocators have a minimum size anyway. Like if you allocate 1 byte, they're going to give you like 16 or something. So that's probably what would happen if you allocate 0, you'd get back like 16. Is there going to be any kind of namespacing? Yes, there is namespacing. You should check for 0 length before allocating. Nah, I don't think so. I think you shouldn't be heap allocating stuff that much anyway. And if you do, like you should make sure that the majority of your program's allocations aren't supposed to be zero size, or that you don't have huge memory wastage, but like adding checks for zero everywhere is extra complexity that you don't necessarily need. So, yeah. Okay. So, okay, we talked about this. So the user program has, thus the user program has a good deal of control over memory allocation, logging, and so forth. On the other side of the fence, as a module author, this means you can't touch about allocation or providing overrides for various facilities, various common the amount of effort required to make a good module. Okay. Let's move our notes up here. Anyone else find it frustrating that you're forced to use 64-bit pointers even though most programs do not require 3 gig? Well, I mean, I don't feel too bad about it. Did I required? Do we still have relative pointers? We do. I don't use them that much, but they're in there. What type does alloc return? Void pointer. Void pointer. Okay, so we did this. Let's not really. Okay. What's in the context? It starts with the members in context base, which you can find in here. But you can add new things to the context yourself. For example, we already added silly number in order for our procedures above to work. We did it like this. Ha, and it's the actual thing. See, that's style, guys. the directive add context is followed by a declaration. That declaration is then added to context verbatim. Both your main program and any modules that you use can add things to the context. Right now, the name of the member in the context is always exactly what you I don't know how to say this. There is potential for naming conflicts here. If you pick the same name as a module does, your program will not compile. At some point in the future, we might provide some facility for overriding names, but for now, it is what it is. Does void star implicitly cast to other pointers? Yes, it does. Is there a way to get the caller location in your allocator? I would look at the stack trace usually, because like from an allocator, like you can get the caller location. Well, you can't because it's not part of the function signature. But even if you could, it's not necessarily that useful, because the caller would usually be, the immediate caller would usually be just some utility function like alloc or copy string or something like that, right? You know, because the allocator itself is pretty low level, there's usually more than one level of indirection down there. And so rather than pass caller location down, you can use the stack trace, and then you can look as far back as you want. What is the default value for things in the context? It is whatever there is. Let's do that. Whoops. End of input from within comment. We didn't finish our comment here. Okay. So now silly number starts as 33. Is there an easy way to get the current stack trace? Glad you asked. Right here in the how-to, we show how to get the stack trace. Like, this is it. That prints the stack trace. It's not very hard. have I considered hosting a convention as a way to fundraise for my projects? First of all, I would rather do a convention about a particular project, for example, this programming language, than a general convention. Secondly, I mean, dude, the amount of money I spend just to keep a game company going is so big. It is unlikely that tickets for a gathering would meaningfully fund a project. I mean, unless it was really big, like if it was like, I don't know, 5,000 people at $100 a ticket. But then that's not even enough because it costs a lot to run a 5,000 person convention. So good fucking luck with that. 5,000 per ticket. Are we riding on profits from previous games? Yes. We are currently self-funded from Witness income. The tyranny of the convention equation. That is exactly right. I mean, I've never run, actually, I've co-run a convention once, but a small one. And Braid doesn't make much money these days. It did. Braid made much money in the past, and that funded Witness. But we pretty much spent it all on Witness, honestly. Is it possible to reserve some memory and then shrink to the size you actually needed, given that you have allocated more in between? Yeah, I mean, you can do that even in C, right? So you have a function called realloc that you could use to either shrink or grow your memory. If you try to grow it and there isn't space to grow it, then it'll move it, right? But you could shrink it as well, for sure. Why are we saying rip? Did we lose the stream again? It looks fine. I have drop frame 0. Oh, Corona game engine. Is there a practical advantage of shrinking memory allocations? I don't ever do it, but it is a thing that some people have wanted to do sometimes. Has anyone tinkered with the Amazon Studio engine yet? I don't know anyone who has. I would not recommend, like, if there is a company that I would say really knows about games and really knows how to make tight engines that are high quality and that you should really draw an example from when it comes to making a high quality video game product, I don't think that company would be Amazon.com. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Amazon is very well known for their quality video games. Weren't they releasing some of their games soon? Didn't they? Like, wasn't there that game about zombie apocalypse in colonial America that all the social justice people freaked out about? Doesn't that come out soon? When does that come out? Amazon New World release date. August 2020. Okay. Well, we've got a few months. How do you escape the rat race as a developer? How do we avoid the inevitable burnout? What rat race? I'm not in a rat race, so you would have to describe to me what is the rat race of which you speak. What do you mean by rat race? I have had burnout for short periods. Actually, for long periods way in the past. The number one way to avoid burnout is not to colossally fail at what you're doing. Working at a big company, I can't give advice on because I don't do that. And I haven't done that in a long time, almost never. Getting squeezed like a lemon by big tech companies. That doesn't sound to me like you actually are an engineer at a big tech company if you're saying that. Sounds to me like someone who reads Vox.com. Like most engineers working at Amazon and Facebook and Google and so forth would not say that they are being squeezed like a lemon. They are in fact being showered with high salary and excessive stock options for doing basically nothing. It's exactly the opposite of being squeezed like a lemon. So I don't exactly, I mean, maybe you have an unusually bad job and you should just change jobs. I don't know. Like there are a large number of people who make $500,000 a year or more for like reading Hacker News 6 hours a day and then showing up for a meeting and then doing a little bit of stuff. Like it's really excessive. Do I think game developers are greatly underpaid for the skills required compared to software developers? It is normal that a web developer without much education can be equally paid or more paid. Yeah, that is definitely true. So relative to people working at like Facebook or something, game programmers, let's say, are well underpaid. But maybe that's relative, right? Maybe those other people are way overpaid. Like how much should a game programmer actually make compared to a high school teacher, for example? Right? Isn't the game programmer kind of overpaid compared to a high school teacher? Maybe. Did I ever play Catherine? Yes. Is that not a bubble waiting to happen? It is. Do you have any upcoming games in development? Yes. I also have upcoming tea in development. Let's go back to documenting. You aren't limited to integers. You can add any data type. Where is log print? I think that's in basic. So you could adopt a culture of that. That helps your program run faster while also providing many of the benefits of garbage collected languages. We'll discuss this in 012 temporary storage. Trace, backtrace of your program's call stack that is inspectable at any time if it was enabled in build options. See this for more about this. Let's just say thread index. Integer index for the current thread that you can use for accessing global synchronized hash tables and so forth. Each thread has its own context. So if you use add context you automatically have thread local data and don't need to pay a TLS access to use it. Okay. So this is now becoming more writing than code, but I think that's fine. There's a limitation. Okay. C call means we use the C ABI so it can be registered as a callback with C libraries, etc. Okay, C call example. I think we'll let the T steep another 30 seconds. It's third steeping. I wish I had some chocolate. I am out of chocolate, so now I'm having a biscotti. It's bad news when you're down to hard, crunchy bread because you have no chocolate. So assertion failed is added by the basic module. No, it's added, it's called by the basic module, but it's added in preload. So in preload, okay, so context base here has a bunch of stuff. Assertion failed is one of those things. And right here is where we add context, all this stuff to the context. Ah, I lost my thing. Uh-oh. Hold on. So I'm spilling. So Winnie the Pooh is in the dishwasher right now. So I'm using this fabulous Pixar mug, which is it's not tall, but it's quite wide. I was given this on a visit to Pixar last year. And the problem with it being quite wide is it's like my little tea strainer thing. It fits, but if you knock it, it'll go in. So these are the kind of first world problems that I have. My free gift Pixar mug is wide. Never visited Pixar while you still work there. I would think that if you work there, they probably pay you more than it costs to get the equivalent things that come in the swag bag. I kind of like the Pixar campus. It's cool. It's just too much of it is parking lot. They need to like put the parking lot underground. It's just, I guess there's a zoning problem with putting the parking lot underground, or I don't know what, or it's too expensive. Just like think how great that campus would be if it had equivalent numbers of plants and stylish buildings and stuff, and half of it wasn't parking lot. Okay. Missing argument X. Oh. I don't know. Oh, I didn't declare it. Okay. So that's not too bad. I mean, I'm sure we can go through it sometime later and make this nicer, but I think this will be appreciated by people who are already in the beta. as well as new people to the beta. Oh, we've got all this junk on the bottom. You know what? I didn't use any of this. Didn't use any of that. I already added it. What happens if you don't do the new context thing? Oh, I was going to say that actually, and I forgot. If you do this, you can uncomment this call to print and see the error you get. You try to. Yeah. So the compiler knows what you're trying to do, and it says you're a bozo. You can't do that. Let's actually put this in the changelog. So many things in this beta. Is there a way to get a context from a thread ID? That way you could recover the current context in a callback if you know it's a thread. No, I mean, that doesn't make that much sense because the problem is while you're in whatever thread that's looking up some other contexts by thread ID, that thread might be pushing and popping its context all the time and whatever. It might be modifying it. The whole point of the context is it's supposed to be fast, right? You want to be able to know that you can access the members inside context and not worry about it. You don't want to have the programming language like synchronize all that somehow so that you could look it up. When does the new context get popped in the ccall function? At the end of the brace. I should really be more explicit. I sort of new context is active for the duration of the code in the braces. After the close brace, we are back to whatever the context was initially. And we'll demonstrate that, and then we'll put that closing comment. Right? Right. Make sure that the game, because I edited the preload and it's just like, let's just make sure. Let's just make sure. Yeah, great. Great. Is the context stored on the stack, or where is the context stored? It can be anywhere. You don't know, because user code could put a context in a random place. All that gets passed around is the pointer. In the example of push context, It is on the stack. But for example, when you start a new thread or something, context could be, somewhere else. When spawning a new thread, does the stack trace for the thread begin where the spawning thread began or at the stack? Okay, so whatever the first function is in the new thread is where your stack trace will end. And the reason for that is the stack trace of the old thing might not exist anymore. Like once you launch the thread, the other stack trace doesn't freeze, right? It can still move around. And even if you could still access it while it was changing, again, you don't want to have to synchronize on like stack trace pushes and pops, because that again makes them slow. Could you capture the trace and initialize it at the moment when the thread is created? I don't think that there is a way right now to attach that to the current stack trace like continuously, but like we said, you can do an add context, right? So you can add context, some data member that says like, here's what the stack trace was when the thread was started, and then you can copy the stack trace and put it there. Yes, you could do that. Well, is there anything major missing from this one, or should we move on to the next topic? Did the stream die? I see no anything. I see nobody saying anything. Next topic. Okay. Dead. I'm just making sure it didn't die. That's all I'm doing. You guys, it's a compile error if two modules add the same named field to the context. Yes, I actually mentioned that in the comments. there. It's in the module system where you can like namespace them to not conflict. There's no such mechanism right now. We may add one in the future, but for now, it is almost like in C where like maybe if you're going to be a widely used library, you should prefix your name to something that nobody else is going to use. We don't have that problem with general variable names, right? Those are all well namespaced, but this kind of isn't. And the problem is it can't be necessarily namespaced in a simple way. Like we would have to introduce some mechanism for how that works, because it's just a struct, right? Like, can you force import a module into user-defined namespace? Yeah, that's not a force, it's just a regular import. You import a module into whatever name you want, not like the module doesn't define the name, you define the name. Like C++, namespaces are screwed up and backwards, and they're exactly the wrong thing, just like so much of C++. Maybe explaining the differences, benefits compared to a singleton pattern? No. I mean, singleton is just goofy object-oriented language for global variable. Like, it doesn't mean anything. So, like, part of the philosophical basis behind what's being done here is that I think, and many of my friends think, that a lot of these common ideas of how to program are wrong. They're just provably incorrect in that they've generated bad results, and there's no reason to believe they will ever generate good results. And the whole language of ideas that leads to words like singleton is part of that. So we're trying to simplify. We're trying to simplify to something simpler than all that stuff, right? And if you start requiring people to understand all the complicated things in order to get to the simple part, you're not really simplifying. Like we want to be simpler. So I wouldn't, why am I hesitant to call the modules that I ship with the compiler a standard library? Because they're not. They're not that. They're just things we ship with the compiler. There will be some set of stuff that we consider standard, but it'll be smaller than what we currently ship with the compiler. Can you do alias style imports like in Java or Dart to avoid name conflict with libraries? I don't know what alias style imports in Java and Dart are. If you mean renaming the things that you import on like a name by name basis, we had that. I disabled it for a while because it was causing problems, but we'll probably bring it back. But I might not understand what you mean. Oh, import something as something? You mean a name for the whole module? Yeah, that's our default. Like I said, you choose the module name. The module doesn't choose the module name. My notes are messy, but it's good because it means we scribbled a lot of things out. Okay. Did I check this in? I think so. Yep. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. 012, temporary storage. Actually, we're gonna do the same thing where we get this old file and try to use it and then end up not actually using any of it. Is it in the new? So now I don't know. Okay, it's not there. So I feel like it's after this. From this interface kind of sucks. Why does it not go back? Specify one or more strings. What? This is not temporary storage. This is just going to search what is here. God, this interface sucks. I guess I do next 100. That's my option. Wait, what? I said next 100. Oh, it just keeps adding them at the bottom. Okay. Temporary. Aha. Well, no. Before that. Oh, it's not even going back anymore. Okay, let's try 44,000. What revision is this? 2000. Try 2500. Initializer, implicit context, operator overloading, code browsing, return values. Whoops. Relative pointers. When did I do? Really? And now it's just not doing anything for some reason. Great. Okay. Oh, this folder got deleted. Oh, God. All right. Well, we found when it gets deleted. Somewhere around revision 4000. Doesn't it have something like log that prints the entire history? Yeah, I was trying to use the GUI version of it and it sucked. And I'm not used to the command line version, so I don't really know how that works. This is one of these things where using a giant library bites you, like, hey, I should be done by now, but we checked in LLVM, so have fun with that. Okay. It was called temporary storage and content. Let's see how jacked this is. All right. I'm going to use command line. Okay. We do svn log tests context and what was it called? Context and temporary storage. Temporary storage and context. Yeah. Temporary storage and... Well, it's not there now. Oh, God. Oh, okay, we could do this. Maybe this also doesn't work on historical files. Yeah, of course not. You know what we're gonna do? Screw it. Whole thing. Gonna do it myself. This is why command lines are terrible. Sure is going to take a little while to pull this log down. We'll see. We'll see. There we go. Context, and it doesn't have the changed files. Bro, why does nothing ever, why is it so hard to get anything to do what I want? Okay. Okay, I don't want svn log. Or maybe I do. svn log -- search. See, this is like, I'm very productive when I'm actually programming, and whenever I run into this kind of garbage, it's like just everything grinds to a halt. And this is what a lot of people do for their entire workday every day. And I could never work like this. It would be awful. It would be awful. Okay, better. That's not good though. Where did it come from? It wasn't called that originally. God. Okay. How do I show the full? %60 of it would be meetings. svn log -v 4282. Okay. Where did that come from? I don't know. I give up. I don't want to program anymore. It was added, I know, but it was added based on a file that I had done previously that was in a different location, and I have no idea where that came from, and I have no idea how to find it. I want the original version of my file before it was modified. And now, if that had been done by svn move, then I probably would know, but it wasn't done that way. And so I was hoping that in the previous revision I would see removal of the old file, and that hasn't been done. Yes, well, I would have moved it with an SVN command if it were me, probably. But I didn't do that. So the information is lost in a way that is unfortunate. Was the file deleted? No, we have the new version of the file. I want the old version of the file. I just don't even know where it came from, and it's taking too long to look. I might as well just go back to my frickin' YouTube video and just see how this is where we're at. Well, first of all, I can't move my tab over. Playlists. This one. Okay, wait. Playlist. Temporary storage. This is what I'm looking for. Now, see, the whole thing is, I don't even, whoops. I do not even know if this has information that I want. I don't even know. Like the new version of the file might well have everything. I just want to look. Okay, okay, it was renamed. There we go. There we go. Okay. Apparently this file has never existed. RIP. Hey, remember when the game looked like this? Yeah, see, all my comments have been deleted from the other thing, which angers me greatly. I think. Yeah, there's hardly any comments in here. And that's actually what I had wanted this for, was to look back and see all the comments that we had in the presentation and see what to talk about. I didn't ask somebody to destroy all my work like this. But fortunately, we have the video, so we can look back and, well, if the video buffers in, we can actually see what we talk about, and we can transcribe the notes from the video. Oh, Emacs shows revision 3547. That's an interesting idea. There it is. There it is. My actual file. Saved. Saved. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Well, we'll save it later. I want to recover at some point all my old demo files. Yeah, that guy wins a chocolate. Unfortunately, I don't have any chocolate, so you don't get it. You have a chocolate in spirit. Okay, temporary storage. So now I'm in a bad mood and don't even want to write this. So maybe I'm going to wait a little bit. You know, I think we might take a break and do more documenting later on, starting with this file. Let me just copy it all so that we make some progress. How to 012 temporary storage. So the job is going to be to transcribe this. And you know what? We might actually not use any of it, honestly, like we did with the other file. But at least I know where it is, and at least I can rescue these and bring them back. Yeah, that's great. So I think, will SVN add this? All right, you know what? We're not going to do gaming yet. I was thinking maybe we should do some gaming. We're not. I'm just going to take a little 5 more, 10 more minute break. We'll hang out, we'll chat, and then I'll attack this and do a pass on it. And then we'll ship the beta. And then we'll do gaming. How do I decide when to take breaks? I don't know. Just whenever. Yeah, Subversion Search really didn't work for us there. Thanks for spotting the revision number in the Emacs, though. I didn't think to look at that. Am I done with Bad North? Maybe. I mean, I really didn't like it. We'll see. I might get the idea to play it again later, but how do I prevent myself from taking breaks constantly? Well, look, I mean, some days I want to take a lot of breaks. Some days I don't. Some days I just want to crank on the work. If you enjoy cranking on the work, you won't feel like taking that many breaks on too many days. That's just how it is. What are the pros and cons of the company working entirely remote? Well, I'm sure most people like just being able to chill at home a lot. In the abstract, if they weren't like virus locked in. Cons were probably a lot less productive, honestly. I mean, I'm not, but I think as a company as a whole, we are. Pros, I don't like going into the office. I work better by myself in a coffee shop or something. Con, I can't go to a coffee shop right now. Any reading recommendations for working with sockets for video games? No, I mean, I learned just from really old school references, and there's probably better stuff than that now. So I don't know. How often are crazy people shouting outside the window? More often than I would like. More often than I would like. Do I know a good book about programming in general? I don't. I would like to. I would like to have a reference that I could tell people to go read when they ask that kind of a question. And I just don't. Like the books that I've read about programming are really not good. It doesn't mean there aren't good books. It just means I don't know what they are. Where can you read about my game/company? You can just go play the previous games. I think that's better than reading about a company. What got me into streaming, I just decided to do it at one point. I don't know. I was streaming gameplay like probably in 2014 or 2013. I don't even know. Just not that seriously. And then I started doing more regular streams when we started doing the programming language. Because that was like I could do demos and stuff. How much does meditation help when programming? It doesn't help when programming. I think it's pretty hard to program and meditate at the same time. Isn't it? People always go on about the Dragon Book. I don't think the Dragon Book is a very good reference these days. People go on about the Dragon Book because it's what they know, because it's what most universities used as their compiler textbook. It is not a good book about compilers in the modern day. There's just too much old stuff. There's too much presumption about the way to architect a compiler that's not really relevant anymore. You'll learn a lot of useless things. I mean, if you want to use it as a reference, like if you kind of know compilers already, but you want a reference to flip through and see certain things, then it might be good for that. But I would not recommend learning compilers from the Dragon Book. No. Do I sometimes look at current intro books to see if any of them are suitable? A little bit. Like I bought some compiler books a while back, both because people ask me this kind of question because I do compiler streams, but also just because I would like to know if I was missing something. And I didn't really love any of them. They're mostly really introductory and don't get into difficult problems, which is kind of what you'd expect. Like there's really a lot to know about compilers, and a short book can't really give you that information. I don't know. He commented that multi-threaded Java these days far outperforms C due to the management and a garbage collector. That's horsepucky. That is complete BS. Sorry. Sorry, bro. If that were true, many, many, many people would be actually programming in Java. What year is that quote from? Oh, it's from 2005. Yeah, that's horsepucky. What do I think was the biggest achievement programming-wise in the way? I can't even say. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of stuff in there. What I consider an online demo and tutorial walkthrough, like on the Go landing page. I don't think there's much point in doing something like that until people can actually program in this. Have I read Modern Compiler Implementation by Appel? Yes, that is one of the books that I bought. By modern compiler implementation, he means programmed in a functional programming language. That's the code. You need to break the code of what the titles of these books mean. Don't know if you've addressed this, but I don't think you've ever heard you call the programming language. I don't like name questions. Sorry for the beginner question. What exactly are procedures and routines? Yeah, those are synonyms. So function is what typically is used for a procedure, like in C historically. They're called functions. The problem is if you start getting concerned with, like, robust code and like what part of your code has side effects and what doesn't, then the name for a procedure that has no side effects is function, right? And so you kind of like, well, if you call everything a function, you can't really use that word, and that's annoying. So I try to say procedure or routine to mean like generally a procedure, and function to mean something that's actually a function in the functional programming sense, right? I don't know how long I'll keep that up, but it's what I've been doing for a few years. You'd be happy to help with the landing page. The number one thing that I have learned in my life is when people offer on the internet to help with your web page, don't do it. Sorry, but that's just what I've learned. Of course, I've always learned that when you pay people to make a really good web page, usually they can't do it either. So I don't know what to think. Apparently, it's really hard to make web pages. It's true, I can make a web page with some text on it pretty easy. Okay. Is the code block capture stuff in the language? It isn't currently. We're starting to think about that kind of thing and how it works, but it isn't there currently. It's just low priority. Like once we started implementing things, there just ended up being a lot of cool stuff to do that seemed more important and pressing. However, that name control kind of a thing is very good for threaded programming, and so we might start adding that soon. The thing is, in that video, I was thinking about it being very related to like Lambda capture syntax, and now I'm not sure that that's necessary or helpful. So that's just how ideas evolve, you know. Did I know I would work seriously on the witness when I started making it after Braid? Yes. Yes, I was pretty sure that that was the next game. Unless it was a big disaster. Okay. Let's see what I wrote in the comments. Three years ago, almost. Damn, 3 years ago. Simple arena allocator, a fixed sized, available to everyone via context. Use it for temporary things. Intended use, clear it at the top of the, okay. Let's start out. Well, let me read ahead and then. Okay, placeholder, that's totally different. This was something that was in the same demo. Okay. Okay, great. So oh, this had add context in it too. Wow, dude. Time flies. Time flies. All right. So the star tilde S8 U8 means it is a pointer to U8, but it's a relative pointer that only takes 8 bits of storage. That's what the S8 is. You think I'm going to have or a virtual assistant is going to have a rough time understanding concurrency with the outset that the designer of the raw memory of the new memory model for the Java 1.5 JVM released in 2005, and also the guy who single-handedly wrote the concurrency package is wrong. No, like, dude, so as I often say, I'll say it again. Concurrency is actually a weasel word. I need to do a whole speech about this. Concurrency is a weasel word, right? What you actually care about is parallelism, because writing concurrent programs is hard, right? It's much more difficult than correctly writing a serial program. The reason you would write a concurrent program is to make things happen at the same time. What is your measure of success at how many things you happen at the same time, right? That measure is how much parallelism you actually achieve, right? So you want parallelism, and you want high performance parallelism, right? So concurrency, the main use of concurrency is to achieve high performance parallelism, which again, I don't think you would argue with, because that quote that you were referring back to was talking about high performance, right? Well, there are lots of things that ruin performance and ruin parallelism, and not controlling your memory accesses or not knowing where your memory is coming from is one of the primary things that does that. So it's not the only thing, but it's one of them. So using a garbage collected language actually hurts there, especially if there's a garbage collector that has to synchronize with your thread in order to do stuff. So anyway, it's just to say that I get hives when people talk about concurrency, because it's not like, oh, my programming language has all these concurrency primitives. It's like, yeah, great. That doesn't really matter, because if you're not actually using the CPUs, stop pretending, you know? And so I'm familiar with the claim that garbage collectors help you achieve good parallelism. I have never seen that work out in reality, except in trivial cases that are also easy for a C program to do. So again, like a lot of this rhetoric that people have is, or that they, like, a lot of people's programming opinions are just religious. They're superstitious. They're not supported by reality. Like, and just that quote that you put up about, you know, Doug Lee saying Java is way more than 12 times faster than C, that's just absurd. Like, anyone who says that, you cannot take them seriously. Like, yes, I'm sure he could construct a case where on a 16-core machine, he made a Java program run in parallel in a way that would have been hard to make the C program do, but that you could still do. for some relatively trivial case. And guess what? That performance would be lost as soon as your program becomes non-trivial. Like, it's just silly. And the reason why I can say with confidence that this is true is it's 15 years later. And we have computers with way more cores. And like, we have much more experience at how hard it is to saturate those cores. It's really hard. Even if you're controlling every detail of what's going on, like you can in a language like C. So just statements like that are absurd. Whatever. Like maybe he was at a conference and he was kind of drunk when he said that. Whatever. A JVM helps you with concurrency required for joint parallelism. I don't believe that. It's just not true. It's just not true. I mean, if you like Java, that's cool. That's fine. But like, look. How else can I say this? I don't know. Maybe I don't need to say anything else there. I mean, look, yeah, well, exactly. Argue with data, not with words. So if you want to make the claim that Java is 12 times faster than C, then you ought to be able to go make a console game for like PlayStation 5 or something and just completely smoke, because all these professional game developers just use C++, right? So if you're like mega faster than C++, you should be able to make a game that could like render many times as much stuff as the best PlayStation games do, because they're in C++. So show that, and then you'll convince people, right? If Java is so bad, then explain RuneScape. You forgot the kappa. Let's RuneScape. Yeah, baby. There we go. Can we get that full screen? I want this image full screen. Come on. Come on, give me full screen. How do I... Oh, I zoom in. There we go. RuneScape. No kappa. I almost did do set as desktop background. To be fair, that has more pixels than the games I was playing the other day. That is true. You ain't lying about that. I just love this guy down here. Okay. 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 Do I think the engine should include scripting languages? Not in the classic sense. No. Okay. Let's talk about the problems. One common service provided by most modern high-level languages is memory automatic memory management, usually in the form of garbage collection. The idea is that it's tedious and error-prone for programmers to control memory manually as they did in C. So the programming language should handle this, and the programmer should not have to think about it. Unfortunately, the performance, the consequences of this kind of system in terms of runtime performance have proven to be quite steep over and over again, and this is only getting worse as CPU development continues, and the penalty for randomly accessing out of cache memory continues to grow. A programmer who is thinking about memory can make something that runs tremendously faster than a system that is garbage collected. Good thing we just had that discussion about Java. It sort of led directly into what I want to say here. Okay. Can make software okay. In a garbage, sometimes people try to create systems in garbage collected languages, find there are performance problems. Not try to, but they actually create systems and then try to fix these. And the irony is the advice given to fix these problems is often allocate less and pool your objects and such. In other words, in order to get your garbage collected system to run efficiently, you need to manually think about memory management, which is what the GC was supposedly going to do for you. So now most of its benefit has been nullified. But to make things worse, the GC is in charge of memory and therefore will still create intermittent performance impacts. You can never completely control it or understand what it's doing. And if you want to use third-party libraries, forget about it. It's very likely those guys were not very careful with regard to allocation, because that is the whole point of the language, of that programming language. Didn't I already rant about garbage collection in one of these? I feel like this might be a bit of a repeat. Let me see. Hold on. I don't want to repeat myself. This is maybe the rant I was thinking of, but it's not really so much about garbage collection. It's more about data structure layout. Okay. So, okay. On the other, whoops, I'm in the wrong window. On the other hand, in languages like C, managing memory really is a pain sometimes. Things that are easy in a GC language become more of a chore. For example, if you just want to write a function that returns a string in a GC language, you construct the string, you return it, the caller uses it, it might hold onto the string for a long time or just a few lines of code, and then it just forgets about it. And sometime after the caller forgets the string, the GC will reclaim the memory. In C, you can't do this because someone has to take, because some part of the program has to take responsibility for the memory. If it isn't manually freed, it will never be freed. And that is a problem in many cases. So if you write a function that returns a string, maybe you allocate the result with malloc, the resulting memory with malloc, and return that, and the caller needs to know that it was allocated with malloc and needs to remember to free the memory. At some later time. This can lead to more complications and can make your program slower than it should be. For example, malloc is a pretty slow function on average, and it can be very slow if it needs to request new pages of memory from the operating system. But if your string creating function magically knew that the caller only needed the string for a few lines of code and wasn't going to store it anywhere long term, it could, well, this is not exactly true. They could almost just store the string on the stack, but there's no general way to know this, and even if there were, the logic of the C stack prevents this from quite happening. So your functions end up being slower than they should be. And this is the source of many claims that GC languages are faster than C, even though they really aren't even taking malloc slowness into consideration. How does this sound so far? Do people understand what I'm saying? Does this make sense to people? How is it? You get it? You get what we're saying? Do you smell what the rock is cooking? Flame wars about Java. Yeah, it's always some programming language. God, 5 years from now, it'll be Butlang. Everyone will be programming in Butlang. They named it Butlang because the word but gives too many results when you try to web search it. But if you say Butlang, everyone can search for your programming language. It exists. I'm not surprised if it actually does exist. Can you ask why a new language was required? You know, I have like 30 hours of YouTube videos explaining that. You can go check them out. In my original language talks, I had exclamation point as a way to compiler to know structure taking ownership of the memory. Did that disappear? Yeah, it disappeared because I had better ideas. Like I don't think memory ownership like that is that good of an idea now. It's just not solving a real concrete problem in the way that some of these other things do. So that was one of the ideas that was part of the original talks, but just didn't make it. Do I have a video where I talk about how I manage strings? Well, I mean, there's not one thing called managing strings exactly. Like, what do you have a more specific question? Then I could answer it right now. Because there's a bunch of videos that, talk about related stuff. You feel standard unique pointer handles a major chunk of manual memory management, especially in cases where performance isn't super critical. Well, it's your right to believe that if you want. I am going into parallel country soon, right? I mean, do you mean in this documentation that we're writing right now? No, this one isn't about parallelism, really. If you mean programming wise, I try to spend more time as time goes on working on programming, on parallel things, so that we can start doing the good features that support parallelism in the language design. If you mean in the language design, well, yeah, we haven't done that much there yet. Well, I mean, we've done some things. So for example, the context that we wrote the last thing about was in part designed to be good for multi-threading, right? But there are more features that are gonna show up. So put it that way. Is this still my general approach? Yes. Vulkan. What? What does Vulkan have to do with what we're talking about? Have you compared performance versus C, C++ with a similar complex program? No, because, I don't want to translate our 100,000 line game into C++ just to do that. But also, like, we're not that serious about performance yet. I mean, we are in terms of some of the feature set that we provide, but we're not in terms of like micro code generation stuff yet. Multi-core question? Are you going to multi-core the rendering pipe for the programming language? What? I almost don't even know how to... I mean... maybe, but not... like, there is no rendering pipeline in the programming language. In the game, we already do some stuff in parallel, just not that much. That'll probably increase. But the current game was selected so that we don't have to go crazy on that kind of thing. Because if you give yourself too many engineering challenges, you'll just won't be able to do them all, right? So we gave yourself some engineering challenges. Buttlang is a good rendering pipeline. Oh man, Buttlang sounds really good. Like, no wonder everybody comes into chat every day and asks me what I think of Buttlang, because it sounds really good. What are my thoughts on Butt Lang? Okay. So, and that helps, and that substantially reduces put into managing memory, because like a garbage, because many allocations are automatically in a way like would happen with a garbage collector, but here there is no performance cost, and it's very easy to understand. That facility is called temporary storage. This data structure lives in the context. There's also an allocator called okay, so this is kind of an advanced topic. I don't think this should be number 12, but hey, whatever. Oh, temporary allocator. That's here. Our support routines in BASIC that operate on this. The goal is to let you do things without worrying about memory. For example, get file name. User local hello sailor boo boo percent underscore lmnop.dat comma X. Name 1, name 2 is get file name 69185. Do some stuff with the file names. Write files, read files, whatever. Here, because we are being dumb, we will just print them. Print name 1. Name 2, name 2. Do I listen to music when I program? Almost never. Almost never. I did when I was way back in college or whatever, but these days my brain likes to be able to focus. Who is they? They don't call Malakal. I see. All the time. Your programs is they. How about you're not calling Malik all the time? By drastically reducing calls to Malik, okay. Is a version of print. It's not that special. We do not worry about who owns this memory. You just fire and forget. Okay, so main, do file names. Okay, so, well, let's put main down at the bottom. Okay, so that's good. It's a lot of text, a little bit of code. Reset temporary storage. How is this memory allocated? It's a linear allocator. It's a linear allocator, the fastest kind. If free memory is available, we just advance. There's a pointer to the start of free memory. If enough free memory is available to service your request, we just advance the pointer and return the result. If there's not enough free memory, we ask the OS for more RAM, but because temporary storage is known to be is expected to be for small to medium sized allocations. We don't expect this to happen very often. And if we want, we can pre-allocate all the memory and lock it down so that no penalty is incurred. So that the OS is never consulted. How about that? It's getting dark in here. The way linear allocators work, you can't free individual items. In this case, we don't want to free items. We don't want to think about it at all. That's the point. So when does the memory get freed? It happens let's do this. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. It happens when your program calls basic reset temporary storage. Right? When does this happen? Whenever you want, but many programs have a natural time at which it is best to call this. For example, interactive programs like games or phone applications tend to run in a loop, drawing one frame for each iteration of the loop. You can call reset temporary storage at the end of each frame, and this makes a clear boundary during which a clear end of the loop, it's all gone. Right, so my interactive program, while one index is 0 or 5, index plus equals 1, if index equal 10, break Let's pretend the user selected quit or something. Do file names. Let's pretend this is a spiffy interactive program that does cool stuff. But really, here we just call do file names. Index. Here at the end of the loop, we reset the temporary storage. And we're going to say index. Okay. Okay. Have we even compiled this at all? No. So let's do this. Oh, we're not in the right folder. Delete. Delete is not a keyword. Frickin' communist. Old ass code. All right. Let's put a new line. Let's put this down so that we get, whoops. You know, we actually want something that uses a different number of bytes. That might be too many, but there are always 4 digits now. Oh, and also we're rounding. Yeah, that's not gonna matter because we're rounding. Okay, any questions about this so far? Just use 2 to the index. No, what I really should do, so back in the old demo, I have things that allocate different amounts of stuff. We could look at that now and see if we want to use it. Allocate files 0 to index. Yeah, I mean, I wanted, so the goal of this is just like, this is an example that you know, often you just want to make a file name. You know, a file name is not going to be that long. It's just like, look, let's just do this, right? That's why I picked a file name there. Let's see what we did here. I mean, I kind of like this. A typical game loop looks like you can reset temporary storage at the beginning or end of the loop. This is a little bit redundant now. It's just I like this, right? Let's make this while true so that it looks like the above thing. Okay. You might say, hey, in C, we had this built-in function called alloca and could allocate things quickly that way. Well, that's true, but it's very limited because you can't return something allocated with alloca. You can only operate on that memory locally. You couldn't write the get file name routine we have above. Certainly in a language like C, you could create a facility like temporary storage that you use within your own program, but the power of having it built into a language is that it becomes a commonly understood convention, and modules written by other people will use it. Yeah, my old example was a file name also. Okay. So let's start talking about the allocator. That's what we do here. You had no idea alloca was a thing? It's a thing. It's just present day programmers do not know history. So they don't know about these things. Compiler people really don't like alloca, as you understand it. Why? Or alloc A, however you pronounce it. Aloka. Aloka. Aloka disables inlining? I'm not sure. I have to think about why that would be. I don't understand why that would be. You weren't even taught standard malloc free in college. That's too bad. You heard starting from some standard C, you can just define array sub n in the body of the function where n is a runtime value, which kind of makes Aloka useless. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that makes Aloka useless. It's just exactly the same thing. Does a temporary allocator function ignore the passed in allocator data? Yeah. Yeah, it just uses context.temporary storage. I think. Let's look. So, allocator data, yeah, it's fine. Let's get rid of this. Refuse to inline Aloka call unless user explicitly forced so. As this may change program's memory overhead drastically when the function using Aloka is called in. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that. So it's not that you can't inline it correctly. It's that you don't want to because your amount of stack can go through the roof. That totally makes sense. Except that's stupid. Because why don't you just, if you're inlining it, you know how much Aloka it does. Because you know what the stack is before the call. So just uninline it at the end. Or sorry, not uninline, unaloka at the end. Oh, I guess, no, the problem is nested calls, right? Sorry. But no, it's not, because nested calls would just aloka repeatedly anyway. I think that was someone being lazy who didn't want to do real work. That doesn't sound legit to me. Maybe I just don't understand. Like, I literally don't. So if a procedure is not inlined and it has an aloka, right? You call it, it does the aloka. On return, it pops that stack back and it returns. If you're going to inline it, you inline all that stuff. Except, of course, you don't have the regular call push and pop of the stack anymore. But you have the pop for the aloka, so just leave it there. Like, what? It's quite possible that it's just the case that no one has ever bothered to work on this. Yes. It feels to me like a lazy solution. Like, look, we don't want to deal with this. Just like turn it off. Which, you know, to be fair, I get it. Like, if you don't think it's important to handle that, And if you think it's going to be very complicated to handle, then it can be the right choice to do that. But I don't think it's because you can't do it. I think it's just because they didn't want to do it. Aloha! How is it 8 p.m. already? I just frickin' woke up. What is going on, people? It's 8 p.m. Aloha! Okay. Basic, modules basic defines a function temporary alloc that is just like alloc but uses the temporary storage, and in fact there is an allocator, temporary allocator, that you can use just like any allocator as discussed in OM1 context. Why the underscores in the name? I don't know. That is just how it came out that day. We will probably change this. Often I make a convenient alias for this allocator. For example, and then I can use it in my own program, for example, and then I can use it very easily with data structures that take allocators. Make array use the temporary allocator. You don't need to set data. In this case, it's ignored. Okay. So just like we returned a dynamically allocated string before, now we returned an array that required allocation. We can use it and just fire and forget again. Use arrays. A is make array 10, print A is for a print we don't care about A's memory at the usage site. This opens the door to doing lots of functional-ish things with greater ease. For example, calling routines like map. Do I have a map here? Functional programming-ish things with greater ease. For example, passing the result of one allocating function to another. So we could say, oh, this is going to be good. Square, x is int, x to x times x. All right. Wacky stuff says for map A is map make array 5 comma square, right? We just pass the result of make array to map, then drop it on the floor. Right? Map is array is whatever of some type f from t to array $t. Did I get that right? No. That's too many parentheses. For array result t result allocator is temp. This map is hard code to return temporary storage. We could specify this with an optional parameter if we wanted to. Result.allocator is temp for array add result f of, oh, I need to do this, don't I? F of it return result. So we're going to get A and then names is map. This is where the earlier part of the demo comes back. We're tying it back together. We're going to map A with get file name. For names, print file name hit. Okay. Do you smell what the rock is cooking? No, because I have too many $signs. Type mismatch, given string, when checking the return value when passing procedures F. What did I do? Get file name. Oh, get file name takes an int and returns a string. Okay, so this is goofy. This doesn't have to be T. This can be a different type. This is what I get for typing in a random map. Array add did not match any of the possible overloads. So I'm giving it the wrong function. What am I doing wrong? F produces an, oh, yeah, this. Duh. Guys, I should have just copied my map out of BASIC. Like, I frickin' have one. Right? Oh, I don't. Well, whatever. Okay. There we go. So, oh. What did I do wrong? Okay, so first of all, I'm not calling use arrays. Secondly, it looks like I'm not putting the right things in the array. Yeah, use arrays, we don't want a bunch of 10s. Make array 10. It, not X, you dummy. Okay, so there we go. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. Let's take out the boo-boo. It's too much. There we go. It's too long of strings, man. Okay, does that all make sense for everybody? Someone's saying, OMG, the polymorphism errors. Really? Do you have any idea what that would look like in C++ if you did that? All right. Maybe it's OMG nice error, maybe. I think it could be better for sure, but it's not bad. Okay. So some of this stuff that's being said down here is out of date. Okay, so we did that. Aha, okay. We'll just put this as a comment instead of a demo. Because temporary allocator is an allocator is just a regular. You can set it as context.allocator for entire subtrees of your program if you want. So someone can have a binary tree creation module, and you set it to use temporary storage, call it to make a tree, and just release this, and just forget about it. Forget about it. How do you spell forget about it? Because temporary storage is in the context, there's a separate storage space per thread, so you don't have to synchronize, so it is fast. Forget about it. Forget about it. That sounds about right. All right. So that might be enough information. Whoops. Do you guys think that's enough information? What am I missing? But my 12x speed up. What is a context? That's in the previous thing that we wrote a couple hours ago. Don't want to go over it again. Was someone actually arguing that Java is faster than C? Someone was arguing that Java is more than 12 times faster than C. Wait, is the pointer to temporary storage is in the thread local memory, or is the entire temporary storage is? The entire temporary storage is. So yes, you would not pass pointers to temporary storage between threads. That would be a bad thing to do. Yes. Let's say at the end, this is just our setup code, not much more to see here. Temporary storage is, of course, not useful for all situations. If you want your data to live beyond the current frame, or what? Or be seen by a separate thread, then trying to use temporary storage will not work. Temporary storage is inappropriate for that job. But by far the majority of allocations in a program are short-lived, so this is a great way to make them cost almost nothing and require almost no mental effort. Should empiricism be added to the computer science curriculum? Imagine playing Need for Speed, but 12x faster. Okay. Are we missing anything, or do I check this in, people? What is the deal? And the question is not just check this in, because as soon as I check this in, we are shipping the beta, man. Are temporary storage allocations within the loop thread safe, but outside not? No, they're never. Well, okay. You are in control of when the temporary storage gets reset, right? So the example that I put was for a loop, but there are other ways to do it, right? So, I mean, the question is just, what are the lifetimes of your things? So if you have temporary storage reset at the end of the loop, and you know your thread rejoins before the end of the loop, then it's fine, right? So maybe I should say, or seen by a separate thread that doesn't rejoin before you reset the memory. How does that sound? Does that make more sense? Yeah, it's not thread local storage. It's not TLS. What are the advantages of temporary storage over regular stack allocation? Because you can return memory in temporary storage. You cannot return stack allocated memory because you destroy that part of the stack when you return. So the allocate call is atomic in that regard. So if you had a separate thread, it would have its own temporary storage. So no, I mean, the allocate call is not atomic, but that is not shared. Like, your thread cannot see your main temporary storage struct. What it would see is like pointers that you give it to memory inside that. Sorry about the germs that I sneezed into the microphone. Do I want to say more in detail what happens if temporary storage runs out of memory? Does it free the extra memory? You know, I'm just trying to keep this simple for now. We might do advanced temporary storage because there's that to talk about. There's also, you actually don't have to reset temporary storage completely. You can like establish a plateau and then call a bunch of stuff and then only free back to that plateau, right? But like, I feel like I don't want to hit people with too much at once. I kind of want to give them the simple version, and then we can do the advanced version later. I could put a note there. There's more to talk about with temporary storage, but maybe there's such a thing as too many details at once. We will hopefully have an advanced temporary storage discussion later on. Because, you know, here's the thing. when I started doing these, I wanted them like simple and bite size so you could kind of read through them and they're focused but not exhaustive, right? And like my 001, like it's like this. That's how long it is, right? There's almost nothing in it. And I want to keep them light like that because I want people to be able to go through and get an overview and then dive into the deeper details later. I don't know. Maybe that won't work out in the end, but that's the plan. Okay. I'm glad you like sorry. I'm glad you like the language. Maybe this is too general a question, but I struggle thinking of programming models but event loop versus some alternative. Well, I mean, like interactive things kind of have to loop, right? I'm not sure if that's your question, but like you kind of have to loop if you're interactive. It's just how it works. You thought it was a circular buffer. No, it's a linear buffer, but it does grow if you run out of memory. It calls the default allocator, or it calls the failover allocator, which you can set, I think. What is it right now? Yeah, so overflow allocator is what happens when you run out of memory, and you can set that as well. Like there's all sorts of ways the topic could be advanced, but I think beginners to the language just don't need to know all that. If you're curious, the struct for temporary storage is defined in modules preload. There are a number of routines to manipulate it in modules basic. Unlike some other programming languages, it's not required for you to use the routines in BASIC. If you want them to work differently, you can write and use your own versions. The thing that actually provides interoperability with modules and such is the actual data declaration of temporary storage, not the functions that operate on it, bro. Definition of declaration. So what you deal with at work is largely an interactive thing, but there's no clear point in time where we can say, so this is a clear boundary. Everything is completely asynchronous based on incoming socket messages. No, okay, so when you get a message over the socket would be a time that you could reset storage, and then you call whatever you do to handle the message, and then when you get back, there you go, right? So within all the code that responds to the message, you would be able to just allocate whatever, and then when you return back up to the select call or whatever it is, that's when you reset. That said, it doesn't sound like a very fun architecture. Sounds like you guys need to simplify it if there's a million locks everywhere. Because Programs that have a million locks everywhere are very difficult to make correct, and they're very slow. Locks are slow. All right, well, I think we commit this. And then we go to distribution and say make distribution. Bam! I realized when I walked away that I didn't actually update the Windows executable, and I come back and I see that my program that I wrote realized this. So this is a safety that I had because I knew I was going to make this kind of mistake. So when we start putting the binaries into the distribution, we actually scan the binary itself for the version string and make sure they match, right? So the version string is just compiled in. And we actually put it inside, I'll show you. This was so funny. There we go. We put it inside this really gross ASCII thing that is not going to occur in our program otherwise. And this thing just searches the binaries for this and sees what's inside on the two binaries from the different operating systems and makes sure it's the same. And because I didn't update the Windows executable, it is not the same. Now it is updated, it's just not copied into the right place. So build x64 release, bam. I guess I'll copy the PDB. Like I don't think we, yeah. So we just put it in bin, and then I'll run this whole thing again. Your locks being slow depend on how contended you make them. Just saying locks are slow is incredibly misleading. No, it isn't, because as I said earlier, the reason that you want concurrency at all is for parallelism. Otherwise, it's pointless. If you're not achieving high levels of parallelism, then why are you doing things asynchronously in the first place? If you are achieving high levels of parallelism, your locks are going to be contended, and they will actually prevent you from reaching higher levels of parallelism. So there's no point. Like, why would you have this complex program with tons of locks if you didn't expect to be doing things at the same time? That would be a nightmare for no reason. So you are expecting to do things at the same time. So contention is going to be a problem. That's just how that works. You can't like have it both ways. Okay. Success, because I actually put the binary. If you want to succeed in the games industry, put the binary. So we have this, whoops, nope, wrong folder. Distribution, dist, rename. All right. So now I will send the secret email to the people. Whoops. Oh, man. There we go. Get that. And oh, I got another package. To the beta list. new compiler beta and the link. And the change log. When you do SVN export, wait, did I commit everything? Including the change log? Yeah, okay, just not the binary, that's fine. Okay. There we go. Do I push the button? Boom. All right. Beta is shipped. Can you embed assembly code? Not yet, but we're going to do it eventually. What is my thought on task schedulers? I think your operating system is a pretty good task scheduler. Did I say that I added this in the changelog? Yeah. Weird, the script didn't send the beta invite link to Twitch chat. Oh, that's a terrible bug. I'll look into that. Yeah, locks are inherently slow, guys. So here's the thing. Anytime, it doesn't even matter if it's an atomic or not. On a processor, for example, like an Intel processor, the processor's cache coherency algorithm is inherently synchronizing because people who experimented with less synchronous cache coherency found that it was impossible for people to write correct programs. I mean, maybe impossible is a strong word, but it's very, very hard, right? So I guess, I mean, C++ has terminology for different memory orderings, and I don't remember what they are, but I guess means like strong or sequential or something like that, right? So even if you had no contention, right, magically, for whatever reason, hammering on the same memory location is very slow because all your CPUs are doing essentially a whole bunch of network negotiations to decide who gets this cache line now, and none of the other ones can do anything until like that CPU over there does what it's going to do and then relinquishes it and gives it to me, right? So even if you don't think you have contention at like a mutex level, you're going to have it at a memory level unless you design it so that your threads don't hit the same memory, which is challenging sometimes. Because when you want to combine results, the naive way to do that is to hit the same memory, right? You can also have false sharing problems, etc. So it's just a problem. If you have lots of points where coordination has to happen, whether that's a mutex or whether that's just a memory location, right? Bad things happen. This does not seem to be well understood. Some people are asking stuff in the secret beta. Okay. I answered some people in Discord. Whether lock contention is slow versus locks themselves is a matter of perspective. What is your benchmark for slowness? That's the question that plagues the industry as a whole right now. Nobody can decide on the definition of fast at all. Well, if somebody else can do something a lot faster than you can, then you're not fast. That's a good definition. I mean, apart from that, sure. Like the problem is on the one hand, everybody writes slow software, almost everybody, right? On the other hand, it is genuinely challenging to write software that uses all the cores. And it's more challenging the more sophisticated the job is that you're trying to do. So, yeah, I mean, there is some relativism that has to come into play here, because demanding that somebody 100% fill all cores is completely unreasonable. We don't have the technology to do that, right? And so you can't use that as the benchmark. So what do you use? You've seen all the code you use for your mutexes. They're not free, but also not expensive. Poor usage will result in a slow program. Yeah, I mean, so mutexes in most operating systems these days they're implemented to be as fast as possible if there is no contention, right? So for example, they'll use CPU level atomics, which are fast in an instruction kind of way, to like check a value, see if that value is not occupied, right? If it's not, then go ahead, like I think this is the way Windows critical sections work. Then just go ahead and take the critical section. If it is, then maybe you spin a small number of times retrying, or maybe you go into an operating system sleep at that time, right? So most operating system mutexes work in that way. But that doesn't remove the problem of, well, if you have contention, right? So in the no contention case, they can be very fast. If you have contention, then they tend to be slower. And of course, none of this gets around the thing I was talking about a little bit ago about hammering on the same cache line, which is brutal, actually. What is the point of a mutex if there won't be contention? Well, I mean, amount of contention matters, right? So if it's not possible to have contention, then of course there should be no mutex, right? If the contention is very, very rare, then you definitely still want a mutex or something, but it's probably fine because the cost is not high. Like, you know, there's kind of two different issues too of like what percentage of time can you expect the lock to be contended when you try to take it, and how long does somebody spend inside the lock, right? If the answer to that second question is a very small amount of time, then it's just not that bad, right? If it's a large amount of time, then you're in trouble. Or an unpredictable amount of time, then you're in trouble. well, VSWare does more. I mean, you can always do more, right? Like, you can always write 5 million lines of code that'll render one more button on your UI than the 1 million lines of code did, right? And that's like, that is what the software is doing, is we're getting asymptotically fewer results for more and more code, you know? It's very disturbing, and I think people need to wake up to that fact. Yeah. Okay, I think you struggle with convincing people that there's even a problem in the industry. Are they all like 24 years old? Because by the time they're 44, they'll see the problem. It's just they haven't been around long enough to know what computers are supposed to be able to do by now versus what they're actually able to do. Is this not a larger problem in that humans think serially and not in parallel, so designing parallel first applications is almost impossible? I mean, maybe, but I'm not sure it's necessarily that humans think serially versus parallel versus just if you graph out the number of potential data interactions in each case, the parallel version has a lot more interactions. And it's harder to do a more complex one. And a lot of them are implicit, right? Late 30s to 60s. Okay, well, that's a little weirder. I don't know what's their problem then. Like, someone in their 60s should definitely see what the problem is. If they don't, then maybe it's someone who doesn't try that hard. Doesn't work that hard. I don't know. The problem is writing super performant code just takes a lot of time. I agree. However, very few people in the world write super performant code. And you would get a drastic improvement by writing mildly non-heinously unperformant code. I'm not asking for super performant code. I'm asking for mildly non-totally heinously unperformant code. It doesn't take that much time to do that. You just have to know what the habits are that produce reasonable performance, and most people are not interested in that. So like with this compiler, it's way faster than most people's compilers. I've spent almost no time making it fast. Most of my time has gone into features. Almost none of it has gone into making it fast. Why? Because I know basic programming habits that means it's pretty fast out of the gate. I could make it a lot faster than it is, but I haven't yet invested that engineering time because the structure of it is still going to change a lot. So saying super performant is, that's an excuse. Everybody's life would be way better if people just stopped face planting so hard. That's all that's necessary. Working for the same company for the last 25 years in enterprise software. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say except you see what you see. I'm not going to pass judgment on people I don't know, but I certainly have opinions about what you said about them. When you remove the linker step, can we say that the language is strongly compiled? I don't know. That sounds like a term that you made up, so you could use it if you want. If you make up a term, you get to use it however you want. If you, instead of 16 core, 4 gigahertz compilers, manufacturers build 16K core, 1 megahertz compilers, what would change about languages and compilers? A lot. I don't know. That's a very extreme difference. I wouldn't know what to do in that situation. 1 megahertz is pretty slow even for me, man. I don't know. Aren't most of the C standards committee in their 40s, 50s? I don't think age is a strongly correlating factor. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Maybe I'm just assuming that people think like I think when they see enough, and that's obviously not right. Okay, since I shipped a beta, I get to reward myself with a chai, and then we're going to do gaming. We'll still do Q&A, technical Q&A, while the chai is in process, though. I'm gonna have to transfer my hot tea. Because I want my chai in the big Pixar mug. I want a big, big, big chai. Because we did big, big, big work this week. All right, everybody. Boom. 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 We're going to go more than 2 pumps because it's such a big chai. Last night's was a little weak because it was a lot of milk and not that many pumps. Okay, this is now a gaming channel. Oh, I have to send an email to Casey. Sent an email to Casey. Python is not fast by any measure. Not at all. No, Steam. Library. Play. Full bore. I'm 2% done, almost 3%, guys. Is this the one with weird controls? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm gonna wait till the chai is done before we start. It's weird how there's like the high-res foregrounds and then indie pixel art background. Like, what up with that? %60% more. No chai. We can't have chai cam every day. Some days need to be more special and have more chai cam, and other days less special. Oh man, does Elon Musk now have 6 kids? Oh my God. Chai is in process. It is not yet done. This is just a regular tea that I'm finishing up to have the chai afterward. I don't know how Elon Musk had 5 kids and did all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. All right, we're hitting the second spin. Am I married? I am not. Do I want kids? I used to absolutely not want kids. Now I would entertain the idea vaguely. You know, I would vaguely. It's just now, you know, how many pumps of chai juice? Like 2 1/3. 2 1/3 chai juices. Yeah, if I have kids, I don't think my kids are going to public school. I hate to say it. With kids, you'll have an in-house QA testing team, yeah. All right, I think we're probably done with the chai. Okay, it is spicy. 2 1/3 pumps of chai juice were the right amount. And I think I made enough for 2 frothy mugs of Pixar mug chai. Oh. Oh. Okay. I will get married and have kids with someone who likes chai juice. That's how it's going to go. All right. So we were here. We were full boring. Oh, go! Ah. Dude, I'm not used to the crappy controls again. How do I rewind? I thought it was shift. Oh, backspace. These controls are going to drive me nuts. There we go. Okay, this is where we left off last night, and we discovered that we could hack these crates. Well, we'll just go out here for now. And then there's this new land off to the right. We sort of back here was where we came from. This will fill in this hole over here, I think, if I push it left. Like it latches in like that. I don't know why there's a death skull there. Okay, well, we got a new place. I can rebind controls. Yeah, it's not the binding. It's like they're weirdly latent. You know, it just doesn't control in a reasonable way. All right. Okay. So I can go down and get the gem and then put it in the gravestone, I guess. Right? Or whatever. Is that how that works? I don't know. What? What is the skull? I don't know what that does. I'm going to sleep and dreaming at a gravestone. Whoa, let's not go that way. Wait, where'd the guy on the right go? Did he sleep and dream? That's not active. Oh, these are teleports. You sleep and dream of other places that you would like to be, and then you go to those other places. And I need to get the magical time cube in the middle, which I need to like shoot some laser beam from the side for. Most of these places are not activated. This takes too long, but okay. Okay. So here, I still don't know what this does. Here's a crate. So I've been here, but not to this little room. So like if I knew what to do to unhook these little guys. Oh. Well, that could work. Okay, now, so I want to stomp again. Maybe over here. Okay, I want to dig it out. So if I dig that out, that'll fall down one more, and then I can get up. The problem is, how do I get to it? Because, well, okay, that's, if I dig that out, if these things need both sides to stick, which maybe they do, then both will fall. I can drop down, push the bottom one to the left. Let's see. I think this might work. Yeah, so if I move out from here, that's going to go. Right, and I could do this. And I can do this. And I can do that. Full bore, baby. We are such a bore right now. We are full of bore. I want the gems. So much froth. Okay, right, so I have 6 gems, and there are 6 gems in there. So I guess they just teleport to here. So does that stone stay pushed? Inventory. My guy looks so weird when he stands up. History. Inventory. Auto map. Creepy mask. I want to use the creepy mask. So I don't know what these blocks are with the brick missing. Anyway, so we know about that. That's cool. Dude, frothy chai is so good. And like, I think the federal government, in addition to sending everybody $1,200 or whatever, they need to send everybody a frothy chai. It's just so good. So once I'm used to the controls, which doesn't take that long, they're not so bad. It's just, they're not good. Wait, why is there a gemly gem back here? I got this one. Oh, haha. How am I supposed to tell which ones I got? Are they shining differently? Okay, do I go, should I full bore down here? So the levels reset, unfortunately. That's annoying. I need to like grappling hook up there to that dirt. Maybe that's just a way down. Full bore. Full bore. Full bore. Oh, there's a shop. Secret shop. Oh, I went to the... I want to see what's on the right. See, it's weird that, like, the screen is kind of cut off. Dude, I'm totally losing because I hate these controls. Damn, bro. Whoops. Now I'm stuck. Well, rip. Whoops. That was wrong. Why can I see outside down there? That's interesting. I'll go this way. I super lost that race. What in the snout is a samiflange? Anyway. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that. Okay, hold on. Oh, dough. I screwed up. I wanted to go straight across that. what? Why don't those come down? I thought these were going to fall. Maybe they're attached to the gray one. Okay, you know what? I thought I needed to push those I thought I needed to push those blocks over, but like actually, all right, no, that won't work. Like, it's kind of fishy how it looks like I could sort of go over. I think I come in from above. I don't think I get it this way. Expedient elevator. We had a cave in. Where does this go? Impasse. Wait, do I go there? How am I supposed to blow that up? I feel sorry for this boar. He doesn't know about frothy chai. It's like, I want to just put the electricity in. Okay, there's a ray gun on the right. There's another one of them arrow blocks. And the thing is, I don't see how to get over there at all. It seems like this is one of those cases. See, this is what I don't like so far, is there seem to be cases where I have to come in from somewhere else to solve a thing. And like, well, maybe that's not true here, but it looks true. Well, at least that's on the map now, maybe. This song is called Bustin' Down the Fence. Maybe he will know about a frothy chai. That's a good point. We can always hope. We can hope that the boar learns. No, boar. No. Is that closed? Closed means I haven't been there yet? I want to push the button, bro. How do I push the button? Maybe that guy will teach me how to push buttons. I got a thing for your drilling machine. Oh, I got it. I got your Samaflange. Okay, you didn't teach me how to push buttons, though. Asshole. Okay, so those things get locked by the fingers on top? Is that what's locking them? Yeah, that's what I was going to try. Thanks, jerks. Alright. Alright. Oh, so they don't attach to those. Very interesting. I got number 7. Okay. So, if I get this guy all the way down, does that help me? No. I don't want him all the way down. I do want him below where I am. Oh, that's aggravating. I want him one up from the bottom. Whoops. That was cute. Whoop. Keep going that way. Stop, Boar. Stop. Oh, wait. Yeah. All right. 8 gems. 8 gems. 8 gems. Drill recovery. Hello, Mr. or Mrs. Drill Recovery. Actually, let's go over this. Yeah. Do that for now. We might want to push it. I can learn all about the drill school. It's not working when I hit enter. I'm doing what it says. Okay, here's a laser beam. block. Okay. Laser beam! I sure full board that laser beam. So it eats the block as well as fuel, which is interesting. I don't know how to do this. Oh. Alright. Now, how do I get the left one? Seems hard. Whoops. Dang it. Okay, it's confusing to think about, but I have to be here and eat this down to 1. I need to go here and get under and let that fall. Then I need to eat this and go up. And then I have a full bore at that point. Do you see what I'm saying about having a full bore and how important that is? This reminds you of Blocks That Matter. I never played that. Is Blocks That Matter good? I kind of skipped it. I forget why I skipped it. It just didn't look like it was going to be good from the trailer. Okay. If I stomp, then it makes the laser. And then that'll cut through and drop the laser. And the laser will power the next laser. Laser power the next laser. And that'll power the next laser. And that'll drop the block. And then I go over to the left. See, I know video games. I know video games and how they work. And maybe I should have tunneled out the dirt while that was still up there. Whoops. Like, can I run across? It didn't seem like it's runnable in the middle. It's just, yeah, that's not really a thing. The gems seem to respawn, but then when you get them, they're dirt gems. So I don't know why they do that. They're dirt gems. I don't know what that is. That a save point? I don't know. I guess. There's a gem down there. Like, obviously with this, okay, I can push a block over and down. But I can push multiple blocks if I try hard and really believe in myself. I think, except wait, yeah. Oh no, because of this. Oh, it's sitting on the thing. Can I stomp it through? No. So this is a very boring gem. Why is that there? Okay. Oh. So, if I dig the dirt, the block on the left falls. And like, I kind of feel like I should fill that with these. This level looks complicated now. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. And then if I put another block, that'll let me get out. Right? Because I could go da-ding, da-ding. Okay. Always be able to go da-ding, da-ding before you go down. So now the issue is I got no idea what to do with any of these. Could try to laser them, but I don't know how to do that. What do I want to laser exactly? I want to laser... See, actually, if I'm being honest, I want to laser the gem down on the bottom. And how do I do that? It's by getting the bottom guy through via this sneaky way up to the left, which I actually could have used to get up before. But these crates, see, if I have one crate here, then I push that guy over, and then I can push him to the right. And then I can destroy the other crate, and then I can drop the laser down. Yeah, that's the play. All right, watch this. I don't need you. I do need you. Don't need you now. I go up here. I go dig, 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 dig. Steam World dig. And I push that there. Okay, and then I go ba-boom, ba-boom, laser. No! Okay, so the flaw in the plan is that the laser doesn't do the box. Can I push it here? It looks like they'd hook up. Doesn't that look like they would hook up in some way? The flaw is that it doesn't work. That is right. That is the only flaw in my solution. I kind of feel like I need to come from the right. Well, if I came from the right, it would be trivial to get the gem. So I guess the gem only destroys blue, right? Or the beam. The beam destroys blue. I don't know. I don't know. I'm too stupid. Yes, the Argent energy. We must exploit the Argent energy. Argent energy. We need to do some laser beaming. I mean, that much is clear. Can I pull this? No. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so I can get the beam to somewhere. And then I want to get behind it and push it. But I don't know how to push the beam through all these little block thingers, the X blocks. The X blocks 360s, because they're all around me in all directions. I do not know how to push it through the X blocks 360s. Or maybe it just goes in front? No, because they're usually blocked by those. Maybe it's a trick and I use it up top first to kill this blue. Yeah, okay, okay. I dig it. What's that? So first I go here, I go there, I go here, and then I go here. Or maybe I melt the X blocks 360s. Like, this seems like it could be a troll right here, because what am I going to do with that now, right? Nothing. Oh, well, push it. Is that where I came from up there? I think so. I don't even remember. I assume I came through this because... Yeah. Okay, well... I guess I could have just... Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So... if I push this thing down to begin with, like, I don't really know which crates I can burn. So let's do a little bit of experimentation here. So like, whoops. Let's see the top crate. I don't think I can burn that one, but we'll see. Oh, I can. Okay. So let me guess, if I could push this across the gray X blocks, let me just try that. Because there's a, whoops. Whoops, I didn't want to go all the way back there. Can I push that across the gray X blocks? Oh no. No. So, I do not actually see a way to get it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would like to reuse it after burning that hall over there. I can mostly get that gem at that point. I just can't. Achoo! I wonder if it melts other battery blocks. I don't want to melt other battery blocks. I kind of want it... I don't know how the gray X blocks are different from the brown X blocks. Let's try this again. Even though I'm not sure this is the right thing, I feel like we may want it lower. Oh, no, if we have it too lower, we can burn out below the gem in the battery block. And then the battery block will drop on top. Okay, the problem is, if I do that, which I think is probably the right thing, then that guy is just going to burn some useless dirt. But maybe it's not. Maybe it lets me go to the left. Oh, it lets me go to the left. Oh, this is so confusing. It's going to be a timed thing where, okay, if this is 2 down from where it is, it starts burning, and I like have to run over here and get on this before all the dirt gets burned, and then I can ride this and go to the left. That seems like what it wants me to do. And who am I to argue about that? Okay, so we want this 2 down, right? Yep. And then that's not bad timing. Whoa, okay, there we go. I was like, wait, that wasn't what I thought, but it was. It was what I thought, just a little bit different. Okay, wait, don't do that yet. Because what's up here? Is there anything to the left? No. All right. See, guys, I know about video games sometimes. Not always. Sometimes. Okay, so... we have 13 gems, which is the magic lucky number, in case you were wondering. Edmund going live in an hour and a half. Storehouse. You. It's just you. X blocks 721. X blocks. I didn't see the answer of if drop blocks that matter was good. Whoops. I forgot to look at chat. Wait, have I been in there? Is that what that means? No. I probably did a thing related to video games or something. That is possible. That is possible. Oh, it's Mr. Dude. It's Mr. Dude's Wild Ride in Mr. Dude's Castle. No! Hit it. Okay. But I can't get across that before the guy hits, which is kind of the... Right? Or can I? Whoops. See, this is kind of maybe a fake timing challenge because they can have the drill pause for as long as... Oh, shit. Oh, no, I have to get there before it hits that thing, is what's going on. Before the drill lands on it. Whoa, why do I have charger power? Shit, go. So charger power is for number of digs in a row, I guess? Shit. Give me charger power. Fuck. Fuck these controls, dude. Real footage of Elon's tunnel boring machine, yeah. I'm really losing now. Oh God. Wait, what? How am I supposed to do this one? We're so dead. Like, there's blocks there that I don't know what to do about. I mean, even if I didn't spend so much time meandering right there. Oh, those are background blocks. Still, dude, I need way more time than I have. Like, this is going to be too hard. So, wait, I can't go past this? What if I need more time? Oh, these blocks are the pause, I see. come on! God! That makes it really not good. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Fuck. The timing is too tight for a game with controls this shitty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's gonna work. Rip. God. It is very important if you do this for the controls of your game to be good. I'm so dead now. Okay, rip. Okay, hold on. I didn't need to do all that because it drops down to 3 because I can't push the bottom one. So I really just wanted 4. Ah. Okay, wait. He kicked it over the tunnel. Do I understand the consistent hit series interpretation at any level of detail? Every time you read it out, you feel like it's supposed to be saying something mathematically precise. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that refers to, but I feel like it means just the observation that time is bidirectional in physics, and so if you believe that possibilities fork in one direction, they fork in the other direction. Like, that's just like a natural thing to observe, and so, eh. Yeah, that was a kind of fun sequence. It would have been more fun if the controls were better, honestly, but it was kind of fun. It also would have been more fun if it happened later, because again, early in the game, your players are not as good. Like, if the controls are weird, they haven't had as much time to get used to them. They have more time, the more time they have on the game. And so I would put a race like that only after maybe the midway point. I mean, it sort of depends on how long the game is, but I wouldn't put it at the 6% point, which is like where we are right now. All subjects are to be terminated. No more inbreeding between humans and boars. Dude, a spa. I like spas. Yes, it has an old school computer. Races should be around 60%. Yes, exactly right. Okay, this is a new dirt kind. It's like sand, but a different color. It's maybe takes slightly longer. Dynamite cave-in. Chain block. I don't know what that means. Okay, I feel like that was a mistake, probably. Like, I need to come in from the top here again. Which means I need to get around to the right somewhere and then go up left. How do I do that from here? I mean, I guess I do this. I do this. So I could stomp that again. Okay, was that a good idea? I don't know. I don't really know what to do with those blocks up there. I got a gem though, and that's all that matters. was hoping there was a way to get out. Because now... Can't get back up there. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. How do I pull this? Oh, it's one of these. Wish I could see that coming. It's the Alien Super Block. Alien Super Block for Boars. It's got my Boar identity number. Oh. Ting-a-ling. I like these blocks, they're cool. It's good puzzle blocks. Whoa. It was too strong for the batteries. I have to send a stupid email to Casey. It's from an idea that's just running around my head. Okay, I have to search back for the blocks that matter comment because I keep this. No. Philip Trudeau is saying blocks that matter, or Tatrabot and company, and then I don't see a reply, so maybe it didn't matter. He just said that and took off. Uh-oh, there we go. There's a green light. So is the challenge that I have to avoid falling into the deep evil pit here? Like, what's going on? Wait, did I just jump across a... I can't see that at all. That's apparently dirt. You're saying full board reminded you. And I asked, is blocks that matter any good? Because I never played it. I mean, I guess the question is, do the blocks matter in blocks that matter? Or do they, like, not matter? You know what I'm saying? So now, my question is, how do I go down? Because, like, I need to get below this block that matters. I know how to get above this block that matters. They are blocks that really matter a little bit. Okay, so maybe I get them up real high. And then if I'm here, or no, okay, if I get like, it sort of looks like I'm supposed to get under these ones on the right. Like here. Oh. There we go. Now I'm too low. Now I'm hosed. But if I do that same thing with the ones on the right, then I'll land on the ground back there. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you make the blocks matter. Question is this high enough? How did I do it before? Oh wait, I can go... Okay, it takes time, and I just go here, and I go under the blocks that matter. And I go here. And then I go under the blocks that matter again. Problem being they may fall and trap me on the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side. Oops. Which might be fine, I don't know. I mean, it looks like I can go further down over there, but I can go to this level over here. Blocks that matter was not super interesting. Okay. Broken bridges. Broken bridges. This is an underground house. Why am I at an underground house? Can't see the top row of the screen. What is this over here? Okay. That's fine. Those blocks don't matter over there. Ever played Bricks from DOS 1993? Nope. I have not played that. Ooh, what is this? Slime block. Grows back. That block really matters because it grows back. That seems difficult to deal with. I also don't know how to get this out because, like, oh, I can push this through it. Okay. That block really matters then. Whoa, there's laser beams everywhere. Can't see the whole screen. And Alt-Enter makes me toggle. Well, where's the beam power? There's no beam power. So something else acts as beam power, or maybe there is no beam power. Okay, I thought that was going to happen. Excuse me, are you guys beam power? Mr. Beam? There's beam power. And I need to shoot the eye. And the problem is I need to push that guy left, which means I need to get over. Okay. So if I go left here, it drops the battery onto that laser, which shoots right down, blah, blah, blah. So I have to find the path and connect them back. Can I like drop this by stomping? No. So how do we get... Okay, I have to move that obstacle out of the way in the upper right. I have to do some things. Okay? Okay, everybody, like, this isn't easy. It's not easy being a bore. So we're going to go right, down, left, up, right, up, and hit a block. That's not acceptable. Let's just do that. I'm pretty sure that's what happens, but let's verify. And of course, the way we avoid that is by dropping the laser down first, right? Because this will go boom. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, see, it's blocked. I sort of miscounted, but yes, it's basically what I thought would happen. So instead, we first drop this block that matters down here. All right. And then, is that the right one? Well, we go up, left, up, right, down, which does seem the right one if I can move that down one to the right, which I will be able to do if I can get over there from the other side. So my theory is this side is prepped. We need to figure out what to do on this side with these blocks that matter. I need to do the things that matter. That is true. That is a good analysis of the situation. Okay. So we kind of want to let me get up there somehow. Or we could just shoot the laser beam in the guy's eye. Because this one is sort of aimed there, so what the hell? I thought I would have to push the other one. Maybe you have to shoot it twice. So, to get the laser beam in the guy's eye, okay, we put the left block that matters on the bottom setting. Right? Did I hallucinate that? Sure, it looks like that's what we do. I expected the puzzle to require something more than that, but okay. Maybe that'll mess something up in a way I do not predict. Okay, what? It like put the laser ball. Wait, what? Wait, it reset the whole level. What? Okay, I kind of didn't catch exactly what happened there. He like paused. I mean, he doesn't have paws because he's not a dog or a cat, but like, he's a boar. So, like, was that wrong what I did? I don't know. I've never shot an eyeball before. I don't know if that was right. Do I have to be where the eyeball is going to be? No. Is that success? Like, did I win? I still have a whole other battery here. I feel like maybe I won. Check map. It's yellow. Does yellow mean done? How do I know? Yellow means done. Okay. Well then, that's good. This might be a good place to break. That was a good success. We were a boar. Wait, how do I leave? Oh, I push it. We were a boar and we pushed some blocks that matter. I think that was a save, right? Like it did a disc. Let's just, I'm sure we're not far from an official thing. Look, there's more explosives down there. Deep delve. Oh, I could dream. I want to go dream. I mean, this has to be saving my game, right? Look at all these dreams now that I have. It's saved. It saves every room entry. Great. Have I read Permutation City? Yes, I read that a long time ago. I know which part you're talking about. All right, this has been Boars That Matter. And I'm going to go to bed, but thank you everybody for coming by. And we'll see you later. 5-hour stream. See ya.